document becomes really important to us as a Canadian society when we became confederated in our own country. One question I will leave you with for this royal proclamation is just think about, do you think the King George III, when he actually proclaimed this, was it for the benefit of the Indigenous people, or was it the main fact that maybe he was thinking, what if they do own all the lands and the resources, and we're going in and conquering all these people, and then we're doing this all for nothing? So he'd rather be safe than sorry and make the proclamation that we have to extinguish that sovereignty, so then we know for sure it is ours. The process I'm going to go through now is some of the legislation pre-Confederation that has had a grave impact for the Indigenous populations here in Canada. And all of these policies came down through the government of the day. This is called the Gradual Civilization Act of 1857. This particular act was for Aboriginal males specifically. They had to be about 19 years of age to benefit from this. And what the government was saying was, you know what? If you're an Aboriginal male, you're speaking a little bit of English, you're not causing problems in society, boy, do we have a deal for you. And that deal was, come join civilization, and the only thing you have to give up is your language, your culture, and your traditions. And in many cases, that would mean if you gave that up, you also gave up a lot of your family.
Hi, Angela.
Civilized people cannot associate themselves with the uncivilized.
Hello.
And this is where we come up with the name of enfranchisement. So you had to enfranchise yourself over to the government of the day. With these policies and legislations coming into play, they needed a central location. So in 1860, they enacted the Indian Lands Act. This became the first centralized Aboriginal affairs in this country. The pic that you see there, he became the first chief superintendent of Indian Affairs, and he became the authority for all Aboriginals from East Coast to West Coast. And it continued this way until 1867, when we became
Angela, we have no picture. Angela, we have no picture.
Thank you. The first school in BC to open its doors was St. Mary's in Mission. It was in 1861. That's just off the Lougheed Highway, just past the town of Mission. And the building is no longer there. This is the longest run and operated school in BC, closed its doors in 1984. 70% of all schools that were operated and run in this country were operated by the Catholic Church. So we as a nation become confederated. Our father of Confederation, which is Sir John A. Macdonald, had a few things on his plate. One of the major things on his plate was to secure the Canadian border. Why did he have to secure the Canadian border? Because the United States always wanted to come and annex themselves over into our lands and take over as much of the territory.
Excuse me. We don't have picture.
How was he going to do this? Well, how was he going to secure the border? While building the largest mode of transportation this country has ever seen, and that is the railroad. What you see to the right are some of the quotes from Sir John A. Macdonald, so it kind of puts you in that era and you have a better understanding of how Confederation really impacted the Indigenous people of this country. One of the quotes is, "We have been pampering and coaxing the Indians for far too long. We must now take a new course, and we must vindicate the position of the white man, and we must teach the Indians what law is." And this was done in a House of Commons speech on July 6, 1885. In 1887, he also went on to say, "The great aim of all of these legislations has been to do away with the tribal system and assimilate the Indian people in all respects with other inhabitants of the Dominion as speedily as they are fit to change." This is a map of Confederation. And so you can see where Quebec is. That is Upper Canada, or Lower Canada, sorry. Ontario is Lower Canada. Excuse me. Still waking up. It is the other way around. And the two new provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. One of the things, how the Royal Proclamation impacted us here is, once we became confederated, the British Crown had said, Canada, now that you are your own sovereign nation, we are going to delegate our authority to you. So we don't want to deal with and negotiate with the Indigenous people of your country. That is now your fiduciary obligation. So what ended up happening is, because one, as an Indigenous people of this country, we were not human enough, and you will find these in the archives, to become citizens of this country. We could not speak, we did not have a voice, we were affirmed as wards to the state. And what does wards to the state actually mean? It means we are property to the Crown. So whose voice is it that is speaking for us when we through the Royal Proclamation? If we are not human beings, if we are not worthy enough to have a voice, who is our voice when we are actually dealing with these treaties? It becomes the Canadian government. Why? Because the Royal Proclamation was transferred over from the British Crown to the Canadian government. And this is what is entrenched that Indigenous sovereignty into Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution. Sorry. The other thing here that I want you to consider is, when I'm talking about whose voice it is, well, because we are a child to the government becomes our voice. So not only is the Canadian government speaking on behalf of the Canadian people, they are speaking on behalf of the Indigenous population as well. So what does that mean? Oh, in my book, that is strictly a conflict of interest, because you can't have one man speaking on behalf of, sorry, my phone's ringing on this end and I meant to turn it off. You have one man speaking, sitting on the same side of the table, speaking on behalf of Canada as well as the Indigenous population. You want to go to the next slide? And in books, and it's, sometimes I can be somewhat biased, that is what I call a conflict of interest, because you cannot have that happen. What do those treaties actually look like, and who are they actually going to benefit? Not the Indigenous populations. This was a letter, an excerpt from a letter in 1938 from the local Indian agent in Ahousaht to the Reverend to the local Indian agent in Ahousaht. And the reason I put this here, and I'm going to go into a little story, is when I was in Coquitlam Secondary, I had a young fella who actually said to me, you know what? He's like, puts up his hand, asks a question, he goes, you know what? There was enough of you. There was a lot of children in these schools. Why didn't they just all rebel and, and I'll use his words, beat the crap out of those nuns and priests in the school? And he said, and so I went to go explain, and he had said to me, no, I'm not done yet. Grade 12 social justice student. And I said, okay, carry on. And he had said, because when I was in China, he said, we had a teacher very similar to the ones that you were explaining. And we were in boarding schools as well. And the thing was, is we rebelled. We beat the crap out of our teacher, and we never had problems with him ever again. So then I looked at him, I said, okay, are you done? Can I speak now? And he had actually, and then what I had said to him is, when you're at the cusp of just in survival mode, the fact that the colonizers and the newcomers that were here, we were just fighting for our lives. We were fighting to survive. We were fighting to not succumb to the illnesses that we were dealing with. There was also laws that were in place that forbade a lot of movement and going from one place to another, so it created a small dependency. When you can't leave the boundaries of the reserve because the local Indian agent says you can't, and your population is dwindling at a very fast rate, Your priority is survival, not at trying to fix the problems that are currently in your forefront.
Thank you.
And what this basically says is the problem with the Indians is one of their morality and their religion. They lack the basic fundamentals of civilized thought and spirit, which explains their childlike behavior. At our schools, we strive to turn them into mature Christians who will learn how to behave in a world and surrender their barbaric way of life and their treaty rights, which keep them trapped on their land and in this primitive existence. And only then will the Indian problem in this country be solved. But what I want you to take note of is that this was in 1938. 1938 is not an old history. This is still the same mentality that we're still trying to correct and get people to get away from that mentality and to see us through a different lens, seeing us as a part of this country, as equals, as part of
Please mute.
the human race.
Surrey, please
In
mute.
1869, there was another piece of legislation that was passed, and it was called the Gradual Enfranchisement of Indians. This is where they first introduced self-government. This is where they first introduced a democracy. And when you think about it, if you are a tribal nation, you don't have a vote to see who's going to be your leader. Any tribal nation is like that. The irony, I think, is that's precisely what happens as well with the British Crown. And what was good enough for them wasn't necessarily good enough for us.
Great to have your sister back.
As well as our Indigenous women throughout this country always had a very significant stature in our society. No one was better, no one was
You guys
less
quit
than.
speaking on your
Everyone
mic.
had a role and everyone knew what their role was, and that's how our societies ran. Except when the newcomers came and they seen these women with a voice, these women with authority, these women with power, especially in the northern communities where it's matriarchal, are they going to fall into that place? Because when you think about it, what was women's stature in Europe at the time? Did they have a voice? Did they have a place in society? Were they equal? No. And so all of these policies and legislations that were put out specifically excluded all Aboriginal women completely. As well as when the newcomers came over, women from Europe were not allowed on the ships. Why? Because it was a very treacherous trip. Many people lost their lives. So we have all these young men in Canada at all of these posts in isolated communities, and it was the women that were the ones that were going to the trading companies and doing the trades. Who was the only women available for relationships and families at that particular time? Well, if a non-Aboriginal trader married an Aboriginal woman, the government of the day took this as an opportunity for what they called voluntary enfranchisement. What was voluntary enfranchisement? Well, it was saying, if you chose to marry this non-Aboriginal man, that Aboriginal woman lost their identity or status as a Indian person. That included their children. That law remained in effect. If you see that in 1869 until 1908, the Bill C-31 was passed, and a lot of women actually got their status back because of that one law. That's many, many generations. That was in 1982, I believe. That's many, many generations from 1869 to 1982 of generations of people being lost because of this colonialistic mindset of identifying people and categorizing them in a sense. You are status Indian. You also have to understand status is not an Aboriginal term. It is a government term. It is something identified in the Indian Act, and it's not who we are. And if any of you had my late grandmother, she would always tell me, you are not Indian, you are not First Nation, you are not Native, you are not Aboriginal. You are Snuneymuxw, and that's who you are. All of those other terms are the government's way of identifying you. So in 1879, the picture that you see there, his name is Nicholas Flood Davin. His main function was to go and figure out the most effective means of civilizing the Indian population. So he went down to the United States where the residential schools were up and running in full force. And when he came back, he basically told the government, if you want to achieve what you're trying to achieve, assimilation, integration, and fix the Indian problem, the best way to do that is to isolate the children and separate them from all of their negative influences. So I'd like to ask you another question. Identify right now who those negative influences were through their eyes. Well, when you think about it, those negative influences were the parents, the grandparents, the aunts, and the uncles. Because in any tribal system, the parents weren't the ones that were necessarily the ones bringing up and teaching the children. That kind of goes through the village, where the uncles would teach hunting, the aunts would teach the cooking and the cleaning and the skinning. The grandparents would teach them about the culture, the language, the medicines, all of those things. And so it was a family affair. The little quote you see at the end is direct from Nicholas Flood Davin, and it's saying, the Indian culture was a contradiction of terms. Indians were uncivilized, and the aim of education must be to destroy the Indian. And this was in 1879. Well, I want to talk a little bit about the Indian Act. The Indian Act was established in 1876. This is one of the only known pieces of legislation for any race of people in a government. This is, back in the day, they had said if they had achieved their objective of assimilating, integrating, and fixing the Indian problem, and their mandate was to ensure that there is not a single Indian left in this country, this Indian Act would become irrelevant. And they had hoped that this would take place in a matter of 5 to 10 years. And then we won't need the Indian Act anymore because there won't be any Indians left in this country. Well, it is 2013, and currently there are 633 Aboriginal communities that are still under the guise of the Indian Act. This Indian Act was never about the betterment of the Indian population. It was always about assimilation and integration. And if you really analyze it today, it's nothing but control, because they want to control anything and everything that you can do on an Indian reserve. All of those previous policies that we saw were integrated into the Indian Act, and the Indian Act was then amended along the way. And this is where they ensured that they had utter control of all Aboriginal people in this country. If you are familiar, this is where they banned the potlatch and the ceremonies. This is where they banned and were supposed to destroy all of the regalia. This is where they said if you are Aboriginal and you live on a reserve, you need permission of the local Indian agent to leave the boundaries of the reserve. He would give you a little piece of paper that would say you have from this day to this day to leave the reserve. If you don't get back between that, we have every right to arrest you and throw you in jail. Not just any jail. It was called Indian jail. They had specific jails for the Aboriginal people of this country. This is where they also had said you can't speak your language. If more than 5 or 6 people were gathered in one place, the government took that as a conspiracy to overthrow the government. So more than 5 people, Indian people in a room, that was conspiracy. So these were all implemented in here to control and get rid of the Indian problem. The entire philosophy of the Indian Act was simple: to keep the Aboriginal people in a condition of tutelage. This is where they affirmed we were wards to the state. This is where they also said that they would make every effort to aid the red men in lifting themselves out of that condition of tutelage. What is tutelage? Tutelage is an old English word that meant 100% control and guardianship, and that their main duty was to prepare us as Aboriginal people for a higher civilization by encouraging us to assume the privileges and responsibilities of full citizenship. And that's what the Indian Act's job was about. In 1879, this was the first policy that was put in place, a piece of legislation that said, we have every right as a government to come in and aggressively remove the children from your homes. They didn't say they had to go to residential school, but where else were they going to go? The first schools in this country were open and operated in the 1840s. Of course, that's where they were going to go. In 1907, Canada wanted to know, are we meeting our goals and objectives? So they seconded Dr. Bryce over from other departments in Canada, and his job was to go visit a minimum of a dozen schools across this country. The moment he started going into the schools, he quickly found out that there was inadequate food, inadequate care for medical facilities, that there was an alarming rate of deaths due to disease, as well as an alarming rate of deaths that were unexplained. In fact, he anticipated that the mortality rate in these schools were anywhere from 30 to 60%. Depending on the location and the staff in your schools, that would depend on where you actually landed for that 30 to 60%. BC, on the other hand, although they were in the 30 to 40% range of the mortality rate, other provinces weren't so lucky. The report that you see there is from a school in Alberta, and that mortality rate was at 50%. Dr. Bryce actually did write a letter to Duncan Campbell Scott, and the letter read, in 1953, children are not being fed properly to the extent that they are garbaging around in the barns for food that should only be fed to barn occupants. The response was very simple. Duncan Campbell Scott reported that it is readily acknowledged that the Indian children lose their natural resistance to illness by habitating so closely in residential schools, and that they die at a much higher rate than in their villages. But this alone does not justify a change in the policy of this department, which is geared towards a final solution of our Indian problem. Dr. Bryce let Canada know what was going on, and in the preface of his report, he said, Canada, now that you know what's going on in these schools, and if you do nothing about it, you are deliberately putting at risk each and every child's life in these schools. What did Canada do? They discredited Dr. Bryce. They forced him into retirement. They shelved his report, and when he was forced to retire in 1922, him along with John Malloy, put all his findings in this book called A National Crime. Canada wasn't done, though. After they discredited Dr. Bryce, they actually had Dr. Scott come in and do 2 additional medical exams on the schools. That was done in 1920 and 1922. And his findings were no different than Dr. Bryce from 1907. Children were forcibly removed. If they ran away from the schools, they were taken by the RCMP and brought back to the schools. That's how the RCMP were involved in this. It also noted that 90 to 100% of all children, doesn't matter what school you went to, suffered some form of severe physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. Even if you removed the physical and sexual abuse that occurred in the schools, and you just had to deal with that emotional trauma of being ripped out of your home and placed into these foreign institutions, would have had long-lasting psychological impacts on your psyche. We are also very much aware that there are missing children that occurred in these schools, and those missing children have never been found, and a task force has been established by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That task group's task is to try and find the unmarked graves that occurred, or where these children were buried on the property of those schools. To date, I've been doing this work now for over 3 years, and the task force has been trying to get information from not just the Department of Indian Affairs, but as well as the churches, and the churches have released as much as they possibly could to the task force. However, on the other hand, if you try and get anything from Department of Indian Affairs, it's pretty much more or less that is covered by the freedom of, that information is not covered by the Freedom of Information. Just at the beginning of summer, some information was released, and we have confirmed through the information from the Department of Indian Affairs at least 3,000 confirmed deaths that occurred in some of the schools. Not all of the schools, some of the schools. And even at that particular rate, that would be meaning that that percentage was still at 2 to 3%. If you're looking at the 30 to 60% that actually were going through that mortality rate, and you're looking at the numbers of 150 estimated Aboriginal children that were taken and sent to these schools, that number is still about 50 to 90, 80,000 children that may not have made it home alive. Today, if there was a mortality rate of even 1%, do you think we would be sending our children to an institution where they had a possibility of not making it home alive? There was lack of food, and if they were fed rotten food. There was something called the Forced Sterilization Act between 1933 and 1979. That's where people that even at school as well as in the Indian hospitals were forcibly sterilized from having children. It is now confirmed that we've always known about the test of these children for tuberculosis, but there are now further experiments that are coming down the pipeline of saying we have used the children in these Indian residential schools for other experiments to try, not for the betterment of the children, but for the betterment of the non-Aboriginal society. This is infamous Duncan Campbell Scott. He was our Minister of Aboriginal Affairs between 1913 to 1932. This policy that I'm about to read to you was affirmed, and it was presented to the House of Commons and how to deal with the Indian problem. And he very, very much said, I want to get rid of that Indian problem. I will do whatever it takes to ensure there is not a single Indian left in this country that has not been absorbed by the political body, and we no longer have an Indian question here in the country. That was their policy, and they were going to do whatever they possibly could to achieve that policy. He was also famed for one other thing, and that was in 1920, he made it mandatory for all Aboriginal children between the ages of 7 to 15 to attend these Indian residential schools. However, when you start really looking at it, this law was put in place. Once they started getting the children at age 7 to 15, they quickly realized these children were harder to break, and that it was making their job a little bit more difficult to achieve their assimilation policy. So instead of changing the law, what they ended up doing is taking the children at a younger age. And the youngest child that we are aware of at our office is age 2. The average age was between 4, 5, and 6. When the children were taken, they were taken in various modes of transportation, such as the cattle truck that you see there, and they would stop at every reserve along the way until they got to their final destination. As well as if you were up north, it would be either a cargo plane or perhaps in the hulls of steamships. And once they got to Vancouver, many were transferred to cattle trains and transported as far away as even Edmonton. This compulsory attendance ended in 1948 in law. And I say that very specifically in law because it doesn't mean that it stopped happening. It just was taken out of law. And I will ask you a very important question in a few slides about that 1948 date. But right now, I just want all the participants to imagine that you are that 5-year-old child. Imagine that you have a stranger coming to your door, and that stranger is telling you it is for your benefit that we take you away from your family. That once you got to this foreign institution, your identity ceased to exist. Your name was replaced with a number. That number was identified on not only your bed, your bedding, your clothing, where you sat in class, where you sat in church, where you sat in the dining hall. It identified everything. And every time that bell rang, you had to line up by your number. That there was never any transition from the speaking the only language you possibly knew to the language of English. And the nuns and the priests in the school would tell these young children, you will speak the language of God. And if they were caught speaking their language, their punishments escalated based on how many times they were caught speaking their language. It would go from a slap on the wrist to a cuff on the head to kneeling on the floor in oats, or even kneeling on the floor holding your tongue, being punished into thrown into isolation, or even needles in the tongues, which was the severe form of punishment. All of this is called corporal punishment, and that's how they were treating these children. And I keep repeating the word children because we forget, we see the faces of the survivors today, and we forget that when they lived this, they were just children. Now imagine what that does to your parents, your family at home. That if you did not send your kids, you were threatened with jail time. And if you continue to threaten it, you would then you would be given a fine. Your father would be taken to jail. You would spend 6 months in jail if you were not able to pay the fine of like $150. And who makes $150 in the early 1900s? So of course you're not going to be able to pay that fine. You would get another 6 months added onto your sentence, and your children would still be taken away. Imagine being cut off from your children for 8 to 10 months out of the year. If you were lucky, you did get to your children in the summertime. But some children were so far away that they did not get to go home during the summer. And even in some cases, you did not ever see your children ever again because they were so far from the north or so far from one of these isolated communities. They ended up staying in the urban areas, or they mysteriously vanished from the schools and you never heard from them again. So ask yourself, in your capacity or your role that you are now, what would that do to your family? How would that impact your structure? Would it create balance or would it create fractures? You heard me earlier talk about that we were not human enough to be a part of this country. Well, that was affirmed that we did not have a legal right to vote in any federal election, let alone provincial election. We had the right to vote in provincial election in 1949. Canada followed that in 1960. And this was their way of saying, you are now a Canadian citizen. I'm not going to ask if you want to be one, but we're going to put it in law that you are now, congratulations, you are now a Canadian citizen. You have the right to vote. This picture here is John Diefenbaker with Chief Joe Mathias of the Squamish Nation. And Chief Joe Mathias is exercising his first right to vote in a federal by-election in 1962 in North Vancouver. The only thing really great about this is that John Diefenbaker was the first Prime Minister to say, I am going to give you this right, and I'm not going to ask for anything in return. Because if the government perceived as giving you anything, they wanted something in return. And what was it they wanted? They wanted your identity. They wanted you to stop speaking your language. They wanted you to stop practicing your culture. And if you chose to do that, then all of a sudden they get a good pat on the head and say, good little Indian, you are now a civilized person. So there's that year, 1948. Canada is a signatory to the Genocide Convention. And what is the Genocide Convention? Why did we even have to, as a country, develop what genocide means? Well, it's a war. World War I, World War II. We had to define what it meant. Raphael Lemkin was given this task in 1946. And when he went away, the United Nations said, Raphael, go away and define genocide. And when he came back, he had these definitions of genocide. And it's not just about what we all think we know about genocide. It's not the mass killings. It's also about causing serious bodily mental harm to members of that group. It's also about deliberately inflicting on that group conditions of life calculated about its physical destruction in whole or in part. imposing measures to prevent births, and forcibly transferring children from one group to another. When Canada was developing its criminal code, it found ways to leave out parts of the Genocide Convention. It left out A, saying killing members of the group. That happened in Europe, it'll never happen here, we don't need to write it in our laws. It also left out B and E, causing serious bodily harm and forcibly transferring children from one group to another. So the question I'm going to ask you to think about is, when Canada took it out of their laws in 1948, do you think it was a coincidence or was it strategic? Something I'm not going to ask you, but I'd like you to think about it and come up with your own conclusions. Because as I said, even though it was taken out of law, that was the era when between 1950 to even the early 40s and the 60s, when most of the children were taken and placed into residential schools. Cultural genocide is a definition that tried to get passed by the United Nations and was ultimately rejected. And you understand why. When you actually read the definition of cultural genocide, it says the systematic destruction of traditions, values, and languages that makes one group unique from another. Well, if they passed it at the United Nations, I probably guarantee you, minimum 75% of all countries would be convicted of this definition of genocide, because it happens every single day in all parts of the world. But if you can look closely at this picture, this is the pictorial definition of cultural genocide. This is Thomas More in 1874. And if you look closely in him before he went to residential school, you'll see he has very long braid. He's in his traditional regalia. He is holding a gun, looking very dirty. His face is slightly dark. And Canada would say, look, he is evil, he is savage, he needs help, we are going to fix him. And then show you the picture of him post Indian residential school. He's clean cut. Look at his hair, you wouldn't even be able to tell he was once a savage. His face is a little bit lighter. He's wearing polished shoes, no gun in hand. And they'd say, look, see, we're doing a great job. Look at us. Give us some props for that. But this is the epitome of what cultural genocide is. It doesn't matter how you describe it, it is still genocide in the end. And I'll tell you a little story of at least one story that I know of, and I was given permission to share. What is it when you actually go into these institutions that are supposed to protect and teach and provide all of these values to a child that they're supposed to learn at home? Love, compassion, empathy. And it teaches them hate, lying, stealing. All of those things are okay. That means they're not okay because they are children of the devil. And one child would say that she said, every time I went to go wash up, they would say, look at you, look how brown you are. You'll never get into heaven with that color skin. And so she would sit at the sink and wash her hands incessantly until she would try and get rid of the color. Can we wash the color away of who we were born to be? And when the soap wasn't working, she started resorting to bleach, and she would bathe herself daily in bleach. What would possess a child to try and fit into a society that did not want them or believe in them and thought they were even of worth in today's era? So what if the Holocaust never stopped for its Crown's victims? What if there was no glorious vindication, validation, or justice? We didn't have any armies or RCMP or people to say this is wrong. What if the status quo was, this is the way it's going to be because I, as government, say so? You don't question what I, as government, says. What if those that resisted were further isolated, crushed, or ostracized from their own communities? And the most important one here that I believe is, what if the Crown's own vision, the Crown's own principles of those same people were accepted wholeheartedly across the board by its own citizens. They didn't question it, they just accepted it. And that's what we call the stereotypes that we as Aboriginal people deal with every single day of our lives. What if all of this didn't happen? Because what you end up having is Canada's policies that you've just witnessed with regards to the treatment of the Aboriginal population of this country, including the Indian residential school experience. It didn't end just there. They found ways to try and enfranchise us into mainstream society over and over and over again. And that has impacted not just my family, but many, many others. My grandfather went to go fight in World War II, went to go fight for a country that did not even want him to begin with. And yet he gave up his identity of being Aboriginal to do that, because he couldn't do it as being an Aboriginal person. And I asked my mom something once, and I said, what would possess Grandpa to do that? Well, to get ahead, I guess, to try and fit into society. But why would you want to fit into a place that did not even treat you with the same respect as any other soldier that came back from that war? You weren't treated the same. You weren't heroic. You were still an enfranchised Indian, but an Indian nonetheless. One of the questions that you heard earlier is I get from a lot of people is, why can't you just get over it? You know, that was 150 years ago. Get over it already. Well, it's not 150 years ago. It was 150 years of continuous implementation and policy driven to drive the Indian out of the Indian. The last school to close its doors here in this country was in 1996. My daughter was just born in 1996. So when I go into high schools and they realize the last school was in 1996, they go, oh my God, I was like 6 years old. What the heck? You know, it's not an old history. It's just a history we fail to acknowledge. It's a history we fail to see, because looking at something ugly isn't what we as Canada define ourselves as, because Canada is a country of diversity and multiculturalism, and that's where our pride lies. Oh, I don't know if this works. No, none of these work. But if you go on to, and you will get an email as well as where the links are, so you can watch these documents. It's just snippets of people explaining why, and it's not Aboriginal people. These are people that have listened to people at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and come up with their own conclusions on their comparisons of life. So we'll go straight to the apologies. The apologies began in 1986 with United Church, and they followed down all the way to 2008 with Prime Minister Stephen Harper apologizing on behalf of Canada for all the policies, legislations, and residential school policies that came down to the harm that it had on our Indigenous populations. When you look at that, there is one church that is not on there, and it is the Royal Catholic Church. What they have said was, if any smaller contingencies of our church want to make an apology, they may do so, but we won't do it on a whole. So we have yet to hear from the Pope. Yes, we had a contingency that did go to Rome, and yes, we had to send our people over to Rome themselves to meet with the Pope, and he was apparently a very polite meeting. But the nation has never yet heard an apology. The world has never yet heard an apology. Whereas maybe 5 years ago, and it keeps coming up to this day, all boys school, non-Indigenous boys schools are coming forward, and all, non-Indigenous girls schools are coming forward with accusations of the same behavior that took place in these residential schools, and the Pope came forward with an apology almost immediately. What's the difference? That's all I got to ask, is what is the difference? And what does the sorry really mean? Does it mean, yes, I'm over it, I forgive you, all's forgotten? No, we're not going to forget anything, because the biggest mistake is once we forget that, and it's just going to continue to happen, and those stereotypes are never going to break. And that's the biggest thing that we want, is we want our children to come into a world where they can actually come in as equals and not just as a colonialistic mindset of, oh, look at those people again. I think they get everything for free. Well, we don't. We're still trying to survive on a very basic level. Oh, okay, that one can go through that one too. Oh. What I'm going to talk about really quickly is the intergenerational impacts. And it's really important that we try and hear what this is. I am not a survivor of Indian residential school, which is why I always bring my expert with me, which is Andy Yellow back here. And many of you deal with the intergenerational components that has had this. And many people don't recognize that there is a trickle-down effect. But what is an intergenerational impact? And this isn't just an Aboriginal definition. This is a definition that can be used across the board. Because what we fail to always recognize is we all have stories. We all have trauma. We all have something that's important that happened to us that helped shape us to where we are to this day. The problem is when we don't deal with that trauma. Because why? We are constantly told, what are you doing down there? Get up, you're strong. Stop crying. We don't cry. You're tough. Get over it. And we teach ourselves it's not okay to cry. It's not okay to heal in that way. Tears are not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of healing. And sometimes we need to heal to move forward and move beyond that. And that's exactly what an intergenerational impact is. We forget that the behavior, the words, the expressions that are coming back from those that were directly impacted by that trauma are passed down through those mechanisms, the words, the touch, the behavior. And we forget that even though we were trying to save our children from our horror, the horror of the experience of residential school, we were passing down different traumas to our children and telling them they need to get over it as well. This is a small list of some of the impacts. It's not an exhaustive list because that list can go on forever, but these are some of the very visible lists. We as an Indigenous society are the fastest growing population in this country. In 2006, the Canadian census identified Aboriginal people as about 800,000 in population. It is in 2011 census, the census identified us as 1.1 million and growing rapidly. We are only 2.9% of the Canadian population, yet we inundate all of the social services this country has to offer. We have the highest rate per capita out of that 2.9% of the misuse of alcohol and drugs. When you have these youth coming forward and that hurt, that pain, that anxiety is sitting with them, they don't know where that pain comes from. It's not their own. How do you fix something that is not your own? It's not your voice, it's not your feelings, but it was something that was passed down to you and now you're feeling it as well. So you use these various methods to try and erase those feelings, and that's where drugs and alcohol come in. As an Aboriginal society, we also have the highest rate of babies being born to fetal alcohol syndrome and narcotics. This is the only mental illness that is preventable, and yet we're passing that legacy down to our children. When you are living in a household of trauma, you normalize things. You normalize violence. If you don't have that chaos in your life, if you live on any type of reserve or in a bandit office area, you don't have chaos in your life, you look for chaos. And we normalize that. And you think that the only way you're heard is by creating that scene, that yelling and screaming and shouting and making yourself that visible voice, because that's the only way you feel you're going to be heard. We live in a state of dysfunction with our families. I'm not saying that it's going to always stay that way, and because each generation seems to get better and better as the generations go. When you have parents that have survived residential school and they come out and the people that in those schools were the ones that were supposed to teach them these skills, they're not going to have any parenting skills. People that were supposed to love them and teach them and nourish them were the same peoples that were harming them in the most horrific ways possible. We as an Indigenous society are also the highest rate of suicide under the age of 30. If the average rate is 1%, if you're Aboriginal, that rises to 2 to 6%. If you are Inuit, that rises up to 10%. What I'm saying here is that because of that trauma that we live in, we internalize it and it becomes a part of us. And I'm trying to just convey that never judge a book by its cover, because we all deal with trauma differently. And that healing journey, isn't a destination, it is a journey, and that journey never ends. And it's going to be with us from the day that we start to heal to the day that we go home to the Creator. And despite all of this, all of us have those stories to tell. I could easily share stories about what happened to me as a child, and every other intergenerational person in the room will think, oh my God, they're telling my story. And the important part here is just to identify that it has had a trickle-down effect, and it is really drastically impacting our communities. And if we're going to be that strong, powerful nation we once were, we have to try and start fixing these areas with our youth, and the youth need to be the ones that become our voice and our foundation of where we're going to go in the future. Because change is a choice. It's not something that you think it is owed to you. It's not something, sometimes I worry about being too forward in this particular part of it, because not everybody's journey is the same. This is in specifics to probably my journey, and it was a choice for me. That choice was, I need to change, not for anyone else, but for my 3 daughters. And my 3 daughters meant more to me than anything else in this world, and I would do anything for that. If I was going to say that publicly, I had to live it as well. And despite all of those dysfunctions that we just looked at, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, because our youth are breaking those cycles. The generations are breaking them through understanding, going through their healing journey of forgiveness. I'm not saying you did harm to me, you owe me an apology. It's looking in the mirror and forgiving the things that you have control over. And the only thing you have control over is yourself. And therefore, that forgiveness has to start with the acts that you did inside. And that's the only way you can move forward. And once you do that, it doesn't matter what harm comes to you in any other form from anybody else, because you're not allowing them to take that power away from you anymore. Having that equal respect, giving people a chance, and making sure that if you become a role model in your society, there is a youth out in that community that will become and look up to you. And so you must be able to live up to those standards of being that role model and showing them and guiding them the way that they need to go. Because even though we have the lowest graduation rates in this province or in the country for Aboriginal people, we still have a larger number that are going back to school, getting their grade 12, going to university, getting their undergrad degree, and becoming something. Because what my grandmother also always said to me, if you are going to be successful, we have to learn the ways of both, walking that fine line of culture and modern education. And as long as you keep your feet in both worlds, you will become successful, because then you now know the game that the government is playing, and you can talk the talk and walk the walk. And our youth are also, out of that 2.9%, our youth are the fastest growing entrepreneurs in this country. They're not sitting on their hands waiting for that next handout. They are saying, I am not going to wait. I am going to become my own boss, and I am going to be something, and I'm going to prove to you that I can do something better for myself, because this time of waiting for that handout is over. I am going to just go and make it happen for myself. And it is our youth, and you've seen it with Idle No More. They are taking back that pride and saying, this is who I am, and saying, I am proud to be Aboriginal. I am going to take back my cultural reclamation, and I'm taking back my pride, and no one from this day forward is ever going to say that I am less than. This presentation is not about guilt or shame. It's not saying, now that you know the history, this is yours to own. What I am saying and what I am acknowledging and what I'm asking and requesting here is, now that you know our history, I'm not asking you to own it. I'm asking you to acknowledge it and move forward with it, because that's what reconciliation truly is about. It's about moving together side by side and making things happen. Because the days of owning what happened in the past is over. We just have to acknowledge it, move forward, and make things happen for what is right for today. Out of all of that history, this is Canada's largest settlement agreement. It was negotiated by the churches, the federal government, and the Assembly of First Nations, who had a council of survivors. And they negotiated this agreement. Why? Because all these young people are former survivors coming forward. In 1988, 28 boys from St. George's Indian Residential School came forward with allegations of abuse that took place in the school. And when they kept coming forward, the government realized this could become quite costly. It's going to cost us a lot of money, so it seemed easier, I guess, to create a settlement agreement. Out of that settlement agreement, there are 5 basic components. There is a compensation package, which was the Common Experience, which had an expiry date of September 19th, 2011. Then there is the independent assessment process, which had an expiry date of September 19th, 2012. If you did not get your claim in before those dates, the government will tell you, sorry, you missed the deadline. If you were a part of that and you're going through the adjudication hearings now and getting those hearings set up, if the survivor is actually ill or hospitalized or going through dementia or something, you can contact a local support worker, and they will help guide you through the process of going and applying for an expedited process, so that they will get through that process a lot sooner than waiting in line until they actually get to you. There is health supports out there. That health support is unlimited for survivors. All you need is to phone the 1-800 or 1-800 Canada Health Canada line. Give the survivor name, birth date, what school they attended, and they will be eligible for counseling, unlimited counseling for all of them, and move forward like that. If you are an intergenerational survivor, you also can access the health supports and counseling that is available there. However, it is very limited. Again, you would need to know the name of the survivor that you lived with, the school they went to, and their date of birth. Provide that, and you maybe get 5 or 10 sessions of counseling to help you through that. There was a healing fund that expired in 2011, and it's no longer in existence. There is the commemoration, which also expired in 2012, and that $20 million was distributed across Canada for commemoration for former students of survivors, or former students of Indian residential schools. And the only Truth and Reconciliation Commission to ever take place on Canadian soil. This also has an expiry date. That expiry date is probably was supposed to be 2013. I do believe they got an extra year added on to try and wrap up a few things. And the difference between this commission and any other commission that took place around the world is other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions had actual teeth to what their mandate was. Like in Rwanda, they were able to say these people were a part of this crime. they will stand trial and they will go to jail in a world court, where this Reconciliation Commission is about just gathering the truth and making those truths available to all Canadians. Out of that settlement agreement, there is currently 133 schools that are a part of it, which means that to be a part of that settlement agreement, the federal government needed a direct say in operations or funding in that particular school. So there's very stringent guidelines on how you become a part of that, one of the compensable schools in that settlement agreement. Okay, I think you got to go past the next one too. And I'm almost done. As you had heard, the TRC is coming to BC. The lighting of the flame will take place September 16th in Ambleside Park, and that's at in West Vancouver. And that flame will remain lit during the entire duration of the Reconciliation Commission here in BC. On September 17th at noon, there is going to be an all-nations canoe regatta at Falls Creek. So they're going to have traditional canoes, you're going to have dragon boats, you're going to have kayaks, you're going to have small motorboats, you're going to have sailboats. If you have a mode of transportation a floating log, get out there on your floating log. I don't care what it is, but get on out there. And this is probably one of the rare occasions where it's an all-nations welcoming. And an all-nations welcoming where we'll have the chiefs of the local communities of the Musqueam, the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh come forward, and having people come acknowledge the traditional territory of that community and say, we want permission to come aboard so we can do the work. And they, cross your fingers, they give us that right and say, welcome and come aboard. September 22nd is the Walk for Reconciliation. It's a 4-kilometer walk. That walk will take place downtown Vancouver. If you go to Reconciliation Canada Facebook page, you can register online. If you can't register, just come on out and walk that day. Still looking for volunteers. Yes. And just so you know, they are still looking for volunteers on that day, as well as volunteers for the day of the TRC itself, which starts on the 18th to the 21st. And you can get all that volunteer information for the TRC at the TRC website, trc.ca, I think it is, as well as for the Walk for Reconciliation. You can get that from Reconciliation Canada. On September 19th, there is an educational day. And that day will be where they had a registration process for the school districts of BC, where they're going to be bringing all these students from across the province to participate in various workshops on that particular day. And yours truly will be doing one called Breaking Through the Stereotypes. It's important that we all understand that this is for hearing the truth. And how do we move forward with reconciliation? You can't reconcile with yourself. You need another party, a participating or willing party, to move forward with you. And that's where I come forward and say, it's time that we as Canadians, as British Columbians, come forward and share our story. As well as the fact that if you are in health, if you are in social services, if you are a teacher, if you are an educator, if you work in the prisons, you all have stories that have touched some form of truth and reconciliation with Indigenous populations of this province. And you may not even realize what that story is and how you have impacted in a positive, even a negative way, without knowing where this history came from. So even those stories are just as important as the stories of the past. And we need to be able to move forward in that way. So if you have a story you wish to share, come on out, share your story publicly or even privately in the two methods that they have available, and those stories will be made available because as I keep saying, you can't have reconciliation with yourself. We also need the voices of other diverse people to say, this is how we're going to move forward with reconciliation. Okay, I think I'm almost done. So I want to ask you these questions again in the end. What was the Indian problem? Why was it a problem, and whose problem was it? Now that you've seen parts of this history, and it is only a glimpse into it, it's not the full history, because we could be here for hours and hours and hours. You just saw a glimpse. Ask yourself these questions and reflect. Why did I think this way before? Whose voice is it? And am I willing to create change, not just in myself, but in those around me? This is a quote that was taken from 1884 from the University of Kansas, and it kind of sums up the whole process of what these Indian residential schools were all about. When one Indian boy or girl leaves the school with an education, the Indian problem will forever be solved for him and his children. We may not control the past, but we can impact today and the future. And that's where all of you come in, as well as our youth that are here as well. Because this really is just reliant not just on us as Aboriginal people, it's reliant on us as British Columbians as well as being Canadian. If you only walk away with one thing when you're actually heading up to the TRC next week, understand this. This is not just an Aboriginal history. This is a Canadian history. Because if we're going to be truly Canadian, we can't cherry pick only the good things that happened in our history. We got to take the good along with the bad, along with the downright ugly. Because when you actually really start researching the history of Canada, Canada does not have a great relationship when it comes to many races in this country. And you can actually think about that and with the Japanese Canadians, the Chinese Canadians, Sikh people of this country, as well as the Irish that were brought over. So it didn't matter what color of your skin was. If you were less than or did not fit into the box of what the colonialistic mindset is of what society defined as civilized, you were put into a different box. And that's what the whole point of that walk for reconciliation is really about, reconciling with ourselves as Canadians. When is it?
It is 11:25. 35.
For a question. If we have any questions, I don't know if you have any, but Andy's here as well, and Andy will be more than welcome to provide any answers that you or questions that you may have with regards to his experience with residential school, his experience of healing, anything you might know. He is also a veteran of the from down in the United States. So, and what else is he? Oh, he also worked for the Department of Indian Affairs and the parole officer and everything. So he has a wide breadth of knowledge for you as well.
How much time do I have?
You have about 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Oh, that sounds good.
There is none.
Okay.
So if we switch back up there, we can leave about 10 minutes at the end.
Okay, if we can wait 10 minutes. We need 10 minutes off that 30 minutes. You have about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Just give it a second and then we'll see all the video conference you can see that.
I don't know very much. Oh, roughly. One page.
Yes.
You're doing good.
Excuse me.
Did you want it?
Okay.
Did you want it to be a computer?
Can you hear me?
We can just talk.
Yes. All righty. So, Andy, we're on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Yellowback. I was born in Cross Lake, Manitoba. That's northern Manitoba. Currently, I'm living in Vancouver. I married a girl from Kishpiaks, BC. Been married about 40 years, too long. But, but I always joke around with my wife. I haven't got into trouble yet. But I want to share with you my experience in residential school. I don't have much time, but I'll do the best I can. I attended school for 13 years, 8 years in Cross Lake till grade 8, whatever education we received. It wasn't very the best type of education that we normally get, but that was it. I stayed there till I was 13 years old, finished grade 8. And what they did was send me out to St. Boniface Junior the training ground for priests. They wanted me to be a priest. In fact, Father Chamberlain, when I left the community, called the people together and said he's going to be a priest. And I was only 13 years old and I didn't know what I was getting into. But, you know, looking back now, I'm 79 years old. Looking back what really happened, and I analyzed what happened to me, and this is what I came up with. The shame and shaming behavior on a part of the staff was one of the most hateful kinds of emotional abuse experienced by Indian people in the historic residential schools. Shame is the feelings that come from being disgraced, embarrassed, dishonored, and humiliated. Shame was encountered on many levels. We were shamed for being native people. We were told our culture, our ceremonies were pagan. Our medicine people were devils. We felt shame from being sexually abused. And there was a lot of sexual abuse in Cross Lake. Nobody talked about it till we had a workshop in the community. I was invited to say a few words, and I brought out what happened in Cross Lake. And you know, I left that community when I was 13 years old, and more or less I lost my connection to my people, my siblings, to everyone. And this is what happened to me. We were shamed for being verbally abused and physically abused. As a result, rage and anger unexpressed toward the residential school staff fell on the children of residential school survivors. I think this is one of the things that really occurred to me. Now I'm speaking about my story. And I became very angry, and I think the school taught us to be very self-centered, very untrusting. And I remember looking back now when I used to get angry. You know how you get angry, your heart beats faster, your blood flows freely, you get red in the face, and you lose all rationality when you get angry. You say and do things that you regret later. And this is what happened to me, and I lost whatever dignity I've gained, and I never realized this. And being in residential school all my life, I never understood what racism was. It was only recently that I learned something about racism. Racism began when I was 5 years old. I started when I was 5 years old in Cross Lake. And I'll make comments on that one later. And I'm talking about rage now. Rage and anger continued to be a characteristic of residential school survivors, and lateral violence in our families continues to this day as a result of that Aboriginal abuse. Lateral violence refers to violence we do to one another in our communities. And I've talked to several people who confirm that lateral violence is prevalent in our communities. Our lives are wonderful today because more individuals are beginning to understand that they have the power to purposely heal the effects we inherited from residential schools. I always say that Aboriginal people, we inherited a legacy of despair from past generations, a legacy of oppression, racism, discrimination, assimilation, and the theft of our most precious resource, our children. Now, we can stay in this mode, in this despair mode, or else we can move and create uh, a, a mode of hopefulness for the future, especially for our children. And we have to tell our stories for the benefit of our children, so that the community will know what happens to children who live in third world conditions in the backyards of affluent Canada. And this is what we're dealing with today. When we understand how we were treated, our understanding of what happened to us increases and the shame decreases. It also helps to realize that stifled anger never goes away. It lingers in the background, ready to show up to add to our next anger moment. And this I feel today. You know, I've always been angry half my life. Till I was about 35, 40 years old, I began to slowly understand and was capable of doing something about it. It lingers in the background. We were released from storage and are no longer there to add dangerous emotions into our life. To summarize, here are some of the harmful effects a residential school had on people, which were then passed down through our families through the process called intergenerational trauma. And you have to remember that I was the second generation survivor. Both my mother and father went to residential school in Norway House, and they suffered the same thing. And to this day, I can't remember a time when they discussed their residential school experience. But by the actions, they separated when I needed my dad the most, 11 years old. And I talk about this. It's time from the residential school. I never saw my dad for 45 years. And anyways, I made my peace with him before he left this world. To summarize, here are some of the harmful effects. Shame of being Indian, leading to low self-esteem. Belief that our people would die out. Loss of language and loss of spirituality. Loss of parenting skills because of and being adequately parented ourselves. Anger towards authority figures and all white people. Loss of respect for women. A history of verbal and emotional abuse. A history of physical and sexual abuse. A feeling of being disconnected from our communities. Hatred towards education. This is some of the effects that we got from the residential school. And the first thing you have to realize, I guess, is that the residential school system in the 40s and 50s, my time, was not about educating Aboriginal children. Never was and never has been. Residential school was about social control, period. The system disregarded the issue of whether children were being educated. Just think about what a real education for Aboriginal children would involve. It would start by giving a child an understanding of himself, his world, his culture, his community. That is the starting point of any educational process. That's what makes a child hungry to learn. The promise of being part of something, of mastering of his environment. But for the Aboriginal child of the 1940s and 1950s, my time, everything was turned upside down. From day one, what we were learning about someone else's history and someone else's culture. not only that, this culture we were supposed to learn is the same culture that systematically rejected us, denied our humanity. You know, I stayed in the system for 13 years. I went to school in Labret, Saskatchewan, because they sent me to St. Boniface Junior 8 from Cross Lake, because we had never had no high school up in northern Manitoba. And what happened was it was a college school and a training ground for OMI, for Oblate Missionary Immaculate. So what they did was they looked for another seminary in Labret, Saskatchewan, but there was also a residential school, and across the lake there was a seminary. That's where they wanted me to go. So I stayed in a residential school, and I joke around about this. You know, I didn't want to go to the seminary because all the girls were in the residential school. There were no girls in the seminary. But I thought I'd share that joke, you know. And but anyway, the seminary burned down. I had nothing to do with it, so I stayed in the residential school. So, and you know, I stayed there till I finished grade 12. I was one subject short, so I left, and I was out in a non-Indian society. And I remember when I first started in Winnipeg, I was all by myself with Scott Badgates. I used to work for, I was a shipper. I was proud being a shipper. I was the only Indian there. Gee, did I ever get a lot of teasing because of my Indianness. And I got in trouble because I was always fighting. I was always defending myself. This is what the system makes you do. So what I did was I decided to leave Winnipeg, look for other spots. And what I did was I joined the military in the States. I joined the United States Armed Forces. And you know, that's one of the best things I ever did because I learned something about myself. At that time, President Truman at that time was president, integrated the armed forces, the coloreds and the whites. And being an Indian, it was something to be because I looked at the system and you know, people accepted me for what I was. And a lot of people said I went to the States because of human rights issues in Canada. I don't know whether it's true or not, but this is what some people say. But I learned, and I learned that, you know, the anger in me. One of my friends, Benny Bates, says, Andy says, what the hell is the matter with you? You're always fighting because somebody pick on your Indianness. Are you ashamed of being an Indian? Well, I says, no, I says, I have to defend myself because everybody is picking on me. So anyway, I still remember with clarity what he said. If you do not forgive, your tormentor always has you under control. But if you forgive, you have control. And to top it off, it builds character. And you know, in school we were taught to turn the other cheek. But I soon learned that if I turned the other cheek, they kicked those two cheeks I got behind me. So you learn you learn a lot, you know. You learn a lot of these things. So, and I know in school I was taught that my culture was pagan, my medicine man was Satan. In fact, my grandfather was a medicine man, and if you die, if you practice those ceremonies, you're going to go to hell and you're going to burn forever and ever. So that scared the hell out of me, you know. But you know, later on, I started learning the culture from the Hopi Indians from Arizona. They were my buddies, and they told me a story about Hopi Indians in 1860. The elders said that they made a prophecy that the Indian will change and when the eagle lands on the moon. And I didn't think no eagle is going to land on the moon, but you know, in 1969, I was coming from Alaska. I stopped in Dawson Creek, and I watched TV in the hotel in the bar. I had my breakfast, and they were landing on the moon. July 19, I think, 1969. And remember the craft? It was called Eagle. I'm watching, and I'm wearing my American hat, and I was so proud seeing Americans landing. And when he said the Eagle had landed, well, I got so numb because I knew that story before. And for me, that's when it changed. I came back to Vancouver November 11 to join Aboriginal veterans who were gathering at the Friendship Center, and we were all asked to give our names and serial number. And there's 6 of us. We decided then that we would stay sober. I've been sober since then. There's only one instance where I had a drink. I fell off the wagon, but I've been sober since then. So for me, when the Eagle landed, it changed my life. So I've been sober half my life. So that's one of my stories. And I don't have too much time. I think I got about 10 minutes, eh? So anyways, this is a story that I tell. And, I've been sober since then. And I think one of the things I want to share with the group is how do you deal with this issue? We have experienced so much in our lives. And one of the things that I really helped me out is forgiveness. Let's see, I got so many. Forgiveness can bring peace to the soul of the forgiver and the forgiven. Forgiveness is recognized in our culture to be a very important element in healing conflicts with other people. It helps heal the offender and the victim. Usually the offender expresses remorse for wrongdoing and vows not to do the wrong again. We are taught by our elders that one of the noblest acts of the human soul is the act of forgiveness. The healing and the joy that come in its wake are wonderful. Is there a virtue more in need of application in our time than the virtue of forgiveness and forgetting? There are those who would look upon this as a sign of weakness. Is it? I believe that it takes neither strength nor intelligence to brood in anger over wrong suffered, to go through life with a spirit of vindictiveness, to waste energy on one's abilities in planning retribution. There is no peace in the nursing of a grudge. There's no happiness in living for the day when you can get even. Forgiveness is a powerful spiritual medicine. To extend forgiveness to those who have offended you is to heal. And for me, I think that the greatest healing force of all is forgiveness. I used to be I call myself a racist because I hated the white man. A friend of mine, that name you probably know, Alden Pompano, a very good friend of mine. You know him, eh?
I do know.
A very good friend of mine, and we were talking about this forgiveness. And he married a white lady. And I told him, I says, the Creator plays tricks on you. I said, you hated a white man so much when you were young. Now he made you marry a white lady. I said, we laughed so much, and his wife says, what was that? So that's the way things happen, eh? So, and there's one of my. I'm going to share with you a speech I made before. This is well known, it's been in the internet. My presentation said that this day is dedicated to help us understand there's a need for change, to promote healthy lifestyles through the strengthening of our traditions and culture. This is important so that it will establish support systems within our communities, especially for children and youth. The time has come to take a major reassessment of our situation as Aboriginal people. This assessment should respond to some perplexing questions. The list of questions is virtually endless for our people. We have survived attempts against our Aboriginal souls of every description. These attempts have taken an enormous toll, and we have learned painfully and with difficulty. The past few years have brought so much change, it is almost as if we have not had a moment to reflect on where we came from, where we are, and where we are going. This message is a call for reflection. It is a demand for change in our own attitudes towards ourselves, in the attitude of others towards us, and in our attitude towards others. It is a call for us to seize control over our own future, to assure that the changes we experience in the future will not mirror our past. There is nothing that our Aboriginal people cannot accomplish in our time unless we choose not to survive for it. This is not to say that we have not experienced difficulties regarding our culture. Indeed, it is because of our long history of victimization that many of our people hold back from assertively demanding equality. We worry about rocking the boat, a boat whose owner we fear may ask us to disembark. Our Indianness is a very important part of our lives. Indeed, though we live and participate quite actively in the secular world, our Indianness is always with us. Sometimes, particularly in our younger years, our Indianness was most evident at the authority against which we rebelled. Occasionally, and even this day, our Indianness and the history it represents is the source of our anger, what some have called the permanent chip on our shoulders. Finally, our Indianness is always with us as a reminder of who we are, where we came from, and where we want to go. In closing, I want to share with you one of our ancestors' teaching. Being an Indian is an attitude, it's a state of mind, it's being in harmony, being in balance with yourself, with others, and with things. It's allowing the heart to be the distributor of this energy we have within us, allowing feelings and sensitivities determine where this energy goes, bringing aliveness up from the ground, down from the sky, and putting it and giving it out of your heart. Today I came to you with my heart. I thank you for listening and have a wonderful day. Egosi.
Is there any questions?
Okay, we do have, is there any questions on the video conference units? If you can just wave to me and get my attention, and I will actually go to your room.
I said it before, but
I can't see any hands waving. I do have some questions on Adobe Connect, or did I miss a hand wave in Adams Lake? Yes, Adams Lake, you're actually on the top of the screen right now. If you could turn on your mic and then ask the question, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Turn on your mic.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, your mic is not on yet. Stephen, we're having some difficulties right now. We cannot hear Adams Lake. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties.
Please affect your volume. Volume is up.
Our volume is up. Adams Lake's volume is not up.
Is he signing to you? I think he's signing to you.
Can't hear you. We can't hear you.
He's signing. Trying to sign. No volume press.
Okay, while we get that glitch worked out with Adams Lake, I'm sorry,
Test.
this is our first session of the year, and
Test.
I don't understand why we don't have any sound yet. We don't have any sound from you
That's
yet.
gonna be on? Test 1, 2, 2, 1. It's okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
There we go, we can hear you now.
Okay, so my name is Craig. I just want to had a kind of a comment in the presentation. You know, like the residential school began with the idea to, in a sense, educate the kids in a new culture, and it's more of a comment to sort of say, well, I think it's in our institution of education presently to, you know, get a deal with some of the discrimination that does exist now in Canada, but try to use that institution of education to, again, educate Canadians as well as Aboriginal people about the truths of the residential school. And for example, like this presentation, like would that be something that the maybe the BC Teachers Federation or the would actually look at doing this presentation for not only those teachers but for students, and continue this something in around 10 years as a long-term solution to look at some of the problems around discrimination. So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
We can both respond.
okay. I'll quickly make my own statement to that as well. At the Indian Residential School Survivors Society, we're in the process of developing a curriculum base that will be available on the web for everyone to use, teachers, audience, youth, whatever your background is. We are working with professors at the UBC and SFU, Link Kessler and a few others, I think, and making sure that the curriculum that we're developing meets the standards of the BC Teachers Federation, as well as I have been just told by one of my close relationships that I have with the Coquitlam School District that the BC Teachers Federation is in the process of developing their curriculum, and that's not going to happen overnight. That will take an entire process because this curriculum has been pretty much set for, you almost want to say, since time immemorial. But they're in the process of trying to develop that as well and incorporate a larger component to the history of the First Nations people of this country.
And what I'll add to that, Craig, is as we speak, we're preparing for Monday, which all 300 first-year medical students from the university will be present here in Vancouver. That's University of British Columbia, UVic, UBC Okanagan, and all of the sites here in the city. We have a site in New West and the students at UBC. So what we're doing here at Aboriginal People's Health, which in particular my supervisor, Leah Walker, actually they have a DPOS 410, which is mandatory for all first-year students, medical students, to participate. And it's a series of sessions developed and designed. Angela mentioned Link Kessler, put together curriculum to teach and have Indigenous people teach these components to our first-year medical students. So the role that I play as the Aboriginal Education Coordinator is the link to community. So I will be bringing along with me a survivor to that session to speak about her experience in Indian residential school and fielding any questions that those first-year medical students have. This is my second year of being in this position, and it's interesting because my response or the questions that have been posed to me is I never heard of residential school until I'm here, and basically it's their 5th year of post-secondary school. when we hear these questions, right? So, and comments about residential school, that some of them are still not hearing about residential school and the effects it's had. So that's part of the work that Aboriginal People's Health does here at UBC. And it's good to hear that SFU and some of the other programmings, and then extending this programming out to other faculties of education in the systems. And I know Link and Leah are working hard on those other components in the other areas. So thank you for that question, Craig, and the comments that you've had. Is there any more questions on the video conference? We do have a few comments here on Adobe Connect. I am looking for them. One question is who did the logo on the residential school?
This one?
Yes.
That the logo was donated by Art Thompson, the late Art Thompson, and he is a residential school survivor and believed in the project. And we've been working with his daughter now with regards to incorporating this as well into our youth forums that we've held over the last few years.
Okay.
He's from Dididat, by the way.
Thank you. There was a question from the VNFC on Adobe Connect. Just a quick question. Will the speaker be talking about the impacts in respects to intergenerational effects on the children of the residential school survivors? Angela touched on that topic, but when we sat down and began talking about residential school, we realized, and my hopes, and we're working on a series of residential school survivors, the effects, moving through to the healing, more information sessions on specific topics such as that. And we're using the experience of the Indian Residential School Survivors Society to assist us with the facilitators so that this will be an ongoing series. And in the future, we're looking at sessions. What does truth and reconciliation look like in communities? And we're working on securing that next date, which we're hoping will be in the next month. Traditional practices, Western medicine, traditional practices and Western medicine, as well as systems, specifically the intergenerational trauma. And another session, moving towards wellness. What does that wellness look like? The ideas for plans. Balancing those four areas, the physical, the emotional, and the mental, creating that balance. And part of that creating the balance, what Maxine felt we were missing is that needed to be included was the people that are incarcerated in penitentiaries and facilities. That we need to include those people, especially when they're released back into society. That she wanted that as a part of this healing process, and Angela touched on that a little bit, and looking towards where the bigger groups are with the Prince George area, which the John Howard Society deals with 70% of First Nations in their organization that are released from jail. So those are some of the true sessions that we're looking at, that it's just not going to end after today, that there's this plan of series using the experience from other organizations and facilitators to carry on these conversations, and expand on, truth and reconciliation and the work that's being done by the IRSSS. So, is there any more questions on the VC? I do have a couple more here on the video conference or on the Adobe Connect. I can see you at the bottom, a lady in a room, I can't see the name. Is that Carrier Sakani? I'm guessing. If you could just turn your speaker on, and then you will pop up to the top of the screen.
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, my question is there statistics on how far we've come on healing with from effects of residential schools?
Statistics. Thanks for the question. As far as I'm aware, there is no real statistics aside from the visible ones that we see in our own communities and our own families. And one of the things that I usually tell the classes that I go to is when you consider how long this history went forward, and being that the last school closed in 1996, and the fact that there was still all of these policies in place until even today, with the Indian Act still being in play, that we have come a long way and made some major strides in some very big areas such as education and health and some of those areas. So we have come a long way considering that. And for my own personal experience, I can look at it and say, when I look at my own experience, when you look at what my grandparents went through, what my mom and dad went through, what I went through as a married person, and then looking at my children now, who my oldest is now 23, I can say each of those generations, it got better and better, and that I can actually look at it and say my children should know now that their behavior, as well as the behavior of their spouses or partners, that has to be equal and respectful, and that I do not ever want them to go through exactly what I've witnessed throughout, as well as what my parents and grandparents witnessed as well. And so when you look at that in 4 generations, I think that's a really long, very positive stride to come forward in a very short period of time. So I don't know if that helped, but no, there is no real statistics out there that I am aware of.
Another comment I have is for Andy. I raise my hands up to you for having the courage to deal with your own experience in residential schools. I find it, there's not too many, I'll say, in your generation that have overcome and have been able to even talk or share about their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I attend hearings too, and one of the things I found out was I attended a hearing last week, and my wife was telling me, he says, you know, those hearings are bothering you. He says, I said, what do you mean? Because he says, I heard you hollering in your sleep last night. And I said, I must have been running from something. So anyway, it does affect you at times, you know. It's very emotional. And for me, I never did it on my own. I had support from other people from my community when we first started talking. And once you open up, you share with somebody, that's the beginning of healing. But I carried it in my back for I don't know how many years, till 1998, when I told my family the true story of the sexual abuse I encountered at the residential school. I want to thank you again for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. As we come to a close, we'll do one final question and I'll do the wrap up. From a Connect, we had a question about, is there any information about the impact of residential school impacting the incidence of elder abuse in the communities today?
Wow.
I'm not aware of any, and I worked in community.
Yeah.
I know we dealt with that, and we dealt with the RCMP and different organizations, but we didn't capture the data as it being a direct link to the residential school.
Yeah, I don't know any of that either, and but I will tell you that the health centered in community are aware of it. It's just I don't think it's documented as such, and I know they do programs to try and make awareness of not just to the elders but to the families, to say that these actions are considered abusive. So it'd be interesting to actually start collecting that data for future research, though.
It would be because Indian and Northern Affairs Canada actually has, the Wills and Estates workshop, which I've been trying to actually bring them to the UBC Learning Circle. But that's a common area that they always find themselves moving into and fielding the types of questions that has been brought up. How do we deal with elder abuse? Things of that nature. So I'm not sure, Andy, do you have...
I was going to make a comment on elder abuse. In our culture, one of the sacred teachings we're taught is respect. And when I look back, my time, when I was young, we used to respect the elders. But in between, before I left Cross Lake, there was disrespect being shown to elders, making fun of them, teasing them. And this is something that never happened before. And then going back, and I asked my mom, I says, you remember what happened to so-and-so? The kids were teasing him. I said, that's not the way it's supposed to be, she said, So looking back, that's when it started. The residential school caused this turmoil within our communities. So.
It did.
Yeah.
We're all affected. So, as we close and bring this session to a close, I just want to remind you, as this is our first session of the new year 2013-2014, of some, actually, first of all, let me just jump to what Angela handed me. The Indian Residential School Survivor Society, Adobe Connect, I sent them a link to the website for IRSSS, but there's also pamphlets available that talks about offering support, cultural support programming, residential school impacts, the numbers to Health Canada, and the numbers to the various offices within the Vancouver area, the interior, the Kamloops, Terrace and Williams Lake, the South and Laleham Treatment Center, and the various other phone numbers that are resources for us in First Nations communities and Aboriginal organizations. So those can be made available. They can order these.
Yes, you can actually. We always have them at our office, and I must put out there as well before we go off is if anyone was triggered by anything that was said today, please feel free to call our number. We're always there Monday to Friday. If we're not there, call the crisis line. Our main priority and mandate at IRSSS is safety of survivors as well as participants.
Thank you. So upcoming future learning circles. As you see, we're going on with a series of workshops with the new First Nations Health Authority. As we all know that First Nations Inuit Health will no longer be as of October 1. We have this month, September 17th, Dr. Georgia Kaiba, Traditional Wellness and Strategic Framework. September 24th, Healthy Eating for Better Mental Well-Being. We have Rebecca Savdi, which will be our last presentation at the FNIH, First Nations Inuit Health. September 25th, spread the word for the youth and the youth workers and the schools, if you could. Youth Co-presents HIV 101. And jumping into October, we're trying to give you all as much notice as you can to be able to participate and plan for these sessions. So October 1, the Youth Learning Circle with Jerry Oldman, continuing on with the healing and the drumming, and he has a presentation specific for youth. October 2nd, which is a special series in the evening, we have Dr. Kim Rossmo. He is speaking on Aboriginal youth in the criminal justice system. That's a partnership with Simon Fraser University. October 8th, feeding your family delicious foods. That's live in a kitchen up at UBC, so that'll be exciting with Jerry Caston of First Nations Health Authority. October 15th, we are moving into programming and career choices. Aboriginal career programs at UBC, the Aboriginal Healthcare Administration Program, and the Chinook Indigenous Business Education. just because we have a session beginning in January for the OCAP program, which many of us in First Nations communities have gone through, that we have a start date happening in January, so we want to give them some exposure here. October 16th, we have the Aboriginal midwifery as a career choice. And we have Misty, who's a registered midwife, speaking. October 30th, again, it's the Aboriginal midwifery. One of them sessions, I believe it's October 16th, is for youth in particular. And moving into November, we have Fantastic Foods for Babies Moms with Jerry Caston as well from the FNHA. November 13th, we're back with Youth Co. And their presentation will be on contraception. She's very interactive and very well spoken, fields our students' questions very well. She's a youth herself, so she does a fabulous job. November 20th, healthy eating for wellness and chronic disease prevention and management. That's again with FNHA. And then November 21st, we're moving over to the Provincial Health Service Authority with the Aboriginal Safe Sleep Program. That program and the development has been in the developing stages, and now we'd like to move this program into communities. And moving into the end of December, we are working with Natalie Clark, Trauma-Informed Practice with Indigenous Children and Youth. So, and December 3rd, wow, we're moving into the traditional foods. So if you have any further ideas for future learning circles or youth circles, please contact myself or Catherine directly, and we will definitely look for facilitators, or if you have a facilitator in a specific area or a project you would like highlighted, please do contact us. And we thank you for joining us today and staying through with us till the end. So I thank you very much from the UBC Learning Circle. Haichka. Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
That's Vanderhoof.
Vanderhoof. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
East of Prince George. I mean, west of Prince George.
Cool. That is. Have a good day.